So go. So change your title and let's do a little intro. Yeah, communicate. Folks, welcome back to the Jaguar-Land Rover A-Scow U.S. National Championship. I'm Alan Block. This is the On the Water Anarchy broadcast from beautiful Lake Minnetonka, Minnesota. And it is beautiful. Unfortunately, not that breezy, but looks like enough to get some racing off here. This is the final day of the U.S. National Championship. I've got the inestimable Petey Crawford on the video. And if you head over to facebook.com/A-Scow Nationals, you can see all the beautiful pictures from our photographer, Meredith Block. I'm going to hand off to Ian Solomon here to read off the top 10 for you going into this final day of racing.
All right, with sale number I1 in first place, we got Vince Porter. In second place, M21 with Patrick Hughes. Third place, V57, Brian Henke. Fourth place, M8, Tom Burton. Fifth place, I7, Tom Freytag. Sixth place, M1, Rob Evans. Seventh place, M2, John Dennis. Eighth place, M4, Joe Ronning. Ninth place, M55, Harry Allen. And in 10th place, W25, Lee Alness.
Great, thanks, Ian. Ian, a scow sailor in his own right. And his dad is actually out there sailing on the M55. The Shady on the M2 with John Denning on the M2. And we do have a skipper change here today. Is that right, John Denning? John Dennis. We do have a skipper change here today. We've got the doctor, Mark Christensen, taking over for Joel Ronning on the Catapult. So that'll be interesting because the doctor is a phenomenal sailor. Joel, a good amateur owner driver, but not in the class of a ice boat world champion and stuff like Christensen. So we're expecting good things out of the M4 today. Just looking at the instigator right here. Already instigating with us. Do we have any other driver changes out there?
No real changes today, but Jimmy Glick is on the V57. He's driving. The owner is Brian Henke.
All right, so Brian Henke, who you heard is in the top 10, the owner is not here. Brian is not here. Jimmy Glick, sailmaker and all-around great guy, is driving that boat. So 20 boats on the line here. These are the biggest non-keeled monohulls there are. They're 38 feet long. They sail with between 5 and 8 crew, and pretty easily hit speeds in excess of 25 knots in the right stuff without dragging all that lead and crap underneath, you know. So that's the story, and we've got just a few minutes here, as you can probably hear from the radio. We'll give you a little bit of radio call. Got Tom Hodgson, our race officer, and Blake Middleton, our race liaison coordinator person. And lots of spectator boats and lots of good stuff. Basically, we got to get in 2 races before 1 o'clock here. That's the goal. Or before the second one can start. Nothing can start after 1. These boats take a little while to get out of the water and packed up. And they've come from all over the Midwest. Pewaukee and White Bear Lake and Lake Geneva and, of course, Tonka.
That's exactly what I told my anchor man.
A little bit of chatter from
Good,
me.
I like your instincts. You're going to be the new Jock Irvin.
Does it sound good?
Yeah.
That's the highest of praise.
Yeah.
3, this is 1. We've got just under 4 minutes to warning.
Obviously, you do so well as you're one thought ahead of where you need to be.
Oh, enough jabber, boys. Let's just get it done. What's going on with this little boat here?
This is 1. We're at 3 minutes 45 seconds to warning.
Roger that.
Yeah, for some reason
It just looks soft, right? It just looks a little blurry. Yeah, I just think that's an encoding issue, you know? So this is a support boat for who, Pete? For Team Melvin, which is currently in second place by just a point, I believe. Is this are there any drops in this series, Petey, or no?
They would have to. We only have 6 races, so no drops.
6 scheduled, and really we'll be lucky to get in 4 here. I think that'll be the goal. Just got to figure out the encoder settings. We do not have the full HD stream out for you because we're just streaming off of basically an iPhone. So, On the Water Anarchy still not yet on the HD streaming bandwagon, but not far off it as the networks get better and the phones and Wi-Fi's get better. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Berg, wonder if we should go up with our line flags here.
I think we're ready to do so, Tom.
Like our angle, given what we've been seeing?
Yes, I do. I think with this weather that's cruising around either side, we're going to get some swings, but I think we've got a really good average here, and we'll adjust as we need to.
Yeah, I agree. I think we have the middle for sure. And we're just going to have to take our chances on the swings.
130 to warning.
So we'll. Yeah. No, exactly. That was really good. We just got to keep them out of there now. We can't keep them in.
2.
Right on. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I trust your judgment. I want to make sure that the wind up there is clear for everybody. If you need to go 1.3, that's fine. If you need to cheat a little bit to the right, that's fine.
Warning signal in 1 minute.
4 to 3.
Go ahead, Berg.
Our latest heading is definitely swung right of that water tower.
Do that. The line should be compensated for that. It depends if it goes even further right than that, which is not forecast to do.
30 seconds to warning.
No, I think we're good, and we'll switch to our number after we're in sequence.
So as you can hear from the call, we are just coming up on the 5-minute warning here.
20, 10, 15, 14, 13, 12,
I'm just going to get in front a little bit here.
9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boom. There is our warning for race 3 of the U.S. National Championship for the A-Scows. 120 or 110 years old, this design. Obviously updated slightly from the all-wood and gaff rig look of the A-Scow back in the day, even going to asymmetric spinnakers about 10 years ago, 12 years ago. And it's transformed the boat into an absolute beast. One of the fastest monohulls there are. Go get him, Louie! That was Louie Hill from White Bear on the W88. And now we're looking at Robbie Evans, who had a brilliant victory in race 2, just running away with it, and one of the strongest local teams. And we'll see the douse there. Nice mellow douse as we get into the 4 minutes. Is that an I flag? So starting right off the bat with the I flag, not messing around here, he's also a doctor, right? Dr. Tom?
Yeah.
No, Hodgson. Lining up down this end, the M64. That's Jonathan McDonough.
Good luck, Jonathan.
Go get him, man.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Imagine if it was HD. You went 3 gigabyte every 10 minutes.
Oh, by the way, yeah, I'm not covering that. That wasn't in the budge. Rob.
Just about 2 minutes to go to the start here. You can see the I-1 sort of working that middle of the line right now. I think the money, though, might be on this pin end again. And what's the... Is this Cosmic? No, that's just a Cosmic Kite.
That's Harry Allen, late to the show.
So Harry Allen, very late to the show here. And going to get an I flag, too, won't they? So... A little bit of a late morning after the brilliant Allen-sponsored shrimp grill last night on the island. So a little bit dusty from the Allens after sitting over that hot grill. Bill is not on that boat, though, correct? No. Harry is driving. So looking down the line, you can see the little bird on the side of the I-1, the eagle. And they're definitely looking for the pin. A lot of guys are looking for the pin. And I'm not going to get too close in here, doing commentating and driving duties, because I'm sure there's going to be boats having to come around here.
Our driver is a little dusty this morning.
Our driver is still on shore somewhere. He was dancing it up too last night. Who's the I-7, Petey? So T Freitag is down here trying to work this pin. We're inside a minute to go, and they're lining up really nicely here. "30 seconds to go, and Freitag really working to get down here all the way to the pin. He'll get it if he can make this pin. I think he probably can. These boats do have an incredibly high mode. Yeah, if T Freitag looks great here, we'll just stay on him. And the I-1 is certainly sort of second row behind Freitag. He was going for the pin, but just wants to be in the right spot. Right now it's the... So there's the start. The M10 is just barely moving at that boat end. An individual recall.
10, Mike 5-5. Mike 10, Mike 5-5.
So the M10 and the M55 over early. And both those boats doing fairly well in the standings. But right here we're looking at the regatta leader just to windward of the I-7, Tom Freitag. So the I-1 and the I-7 both working this pin end, and I would have expected to see Rob Evans down here, but I don't see him just yet, so. We do have another boat coming to the line here as well. And just show Harry for a second here, Petey. We were talking about it a minute ago, but Harry Allen here is coming back to the start line. He never made it, in fact, was quite a bit late there. And he'll be, I don't know, 2-3 minutes late on that start. We'll see how he can catch up. Sometimes it's not that big a deal to be that late. It's never good. It's never good. But the Allen crew was dancing up a storm last night at the Minnetonka Yacht Club. So the left looking pretty strong, but definitely a split. The M1 is out to the right. Who else is out there, Petey?
It looks like you got Glicker going right.
Jim Glick going right. Rob Evans, yeah, we saw the M1.
Looks like the W25, Lee Allness is going right.
Lee Allness from White Bear going right, looks like. So we'll see how it all plays out. We're not going to be able to get up to the top mark. I'm coming this way, Sean, man. We got this guy here. So we'll get you some more of this action in a minute. We're just going to do a driver change. So the left definitely looking a little bit more pressured up than the right, but there's definitely big streaks and holes and whatnot in this course. I think maybe a bit of a locals race, but we'll see. Right now, two Lake Geneva boats are the ones that are doing well on the left. So M1 leads to the right, I-7 and I-1 lead to the left.
Hey.
Morning, Dusty.
Hey. Hey, don't forget Dave at the landing.
Slide over so I can see what's going on.
Good morning, team.
What is that? Oh. Can you tell what it is?
M64.
M64, who's that? Have you been putting up any titles yet?
Yeah, and quick. Can you just come back to the stash?
So we're looking at Jonathan McDonough on the Champosa in your screen right now. He's well behind the fleet. And looking over to the left, what do you think, Petey? Right looks pretty strong at the moment. You like left? Can you get a little bit of zoom on that? So we saw that right there's Tom Freitag. So Tom Freitag right there, we saw him own the pin. And he really wanted that pin, and right now it's looking like it's working really well for him. You can see he just straightened up a little bit, but they had plenty of pressure there with everyone on the high side or half the boat on the high side. Best pressure on the course. Most boats have 3 or 4 down or 4 or 5 down on the low side. But I think I would say that the pressure right now is sort of going from 5 knots up to maybe 7.5 knots, and maybe down to 3 or 4 in the big lulls. Not too many of those really big lulls, and the forecast is for more of this, sort of 5 to 10 knots as this rain and crap comes in. We're just starting to see rain clouds coming in from the what direction is this? Coming in from the west, where it's supposed to be coming in from. Some big storms coming in from the Dakotas later in the day. So hopefully we'll get done before it gets super apocalyptic out here. We always like to get some lightning shots, but maybe not with all the camera gear up. And just slowly follow the fleet. If you haven't been watching, you won't know that we're not allowed to chase, and that's not anything about the racing here. It's not really about the racing. That's about the water level. Because the water level is at its highest level in recorded history, something like 3.5 feet over average. Everyone's lawns around this lake, and multi-million-dollar houses all around this lake, their lawns are covered, their docks are floating away. There's no power boat. I mean, the power boats are all a shambles. And so there's no wake zone in an attempt to limit property damage, which is wonderful in a lot of ways and kind of crappy in some ways, like for us where we can't get to the top mark and cover it for you. But we can get to the bottom marks in the finish, and that's what we'll do. So right there, the M35 is to windward, the I-96 to leeward. And you could just see the Minnetonka boat starting to go backwards here. Nah, they're holding. They're both kind of holding their lane. Big left shift on the shore there, and that's powered the I-7, I believe, into the lead. Yeah. So actually, you can just in screen now see on the left is the I-7 of T Freitag. On the right is the Eagle, your regatta leader of Vince Porter, 29-year-old Vince Porter, who's certainly won his share of these. There you go. So that's a look at Vince.
Make these thumbnails bigger.
Record this way. PD. Fair enough. So this is kind of a nice direction. Probably 1.2 mile legs here. And just on top here of the U25 or the J25. Who's that? Read that. The Valkyrie. Those guys were rocking it pretty hard last night as well. And these scows, if you haven't been following, these scows are roughly 108-year-old design. Extremely flat. Almost no rocker, almost no dead rise, just sort of flat boats across. And with bilge boards on the leeward side, and they're designed to sail with quite a bit of heel. And they almost sail like very narrow catamarans. They must be heeled up or else they're really slow. They have 2 rudders. They have 2 bilge boards. So you sail them with a minimum of about 8 degrees of heel and up to sort of 20. Hold on a second. I'm going to hand off to Sean Mann Hendrickson for a little bit of commentary on what's going on there.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good to be with you. So I think PD is looking at Carl Zinn. Hot Carl Zinn, 3 generations, Zinn family of realtors, could possibly be leading this race 1 Sunday morning. Well, I got a boat right here. Okay. We just had to slow down a little bit. We got W88 from White Bear, Minnesota, the Asylum. I think that is, I'm not sure who's on that boat, actually. Oh, yeah, you can see here that Rob Evans, right in front of us, cannot hold his starboard lane. Where's Petey looking? Petey's on 55 right now. Looks like there's a big left shift coming with breeze. However, if Petey just pans right just a little bit, you can see there's 2 boats all the way up at the island. I think that's the I-1 and possibly the I-1 and I-7. So the 2 Lake Geneva boats have found a little piece of righty way at the top that nobody else really has. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that I'm going to go on the wire and say if Carl Zinn doesn't totally mess this up, he's going to be leading this race. I don't know. Wow, look at they're so down now. That's just incredible. I mean, if Carl tacks right now, he's on the lay line. Interesting day out here at Lake Minnetonka. Thank you to Alan Block, Mr. Clean from Sailing Anarchy. We've got Peter Crawford on the camera. We've got young intern extraordinary Ian Slalom. Ian Slalom on the computer. You got Sean Mann on your driver. Sorry I was a little late this morning. Forgot it was an early start. I had nothing to do with staying up with my neighbors till who knows when.
You're like, I'm 15 minutes out. You were in your bed, and I knew it.
No, I wasn't.
Quiet.
I wasn't in my bed. I was actually making coffee.
Well, you were at home.
I was at home.
It doesn't
Yes.
have 15 minutes from anything over here.
I forgot. Well,
Give me that back, Sean. Hey. So I think our organization for this race is we're going to get to the bottom mark ahead of these guys and stay with them and follow the action, but then and then stay down there for the finish. The next race will probably kind of start up the course a bit and get to the top mark and then get back down for the finish, because we haven't seen a top mark yet. Just this speed limit thing just absolutely changes it all. The M64 up in here, Jonathan McDonough. He sailed a nice race so far, although he is at the back of the fleet, but they're sailing pretty well. I think they just had a bit of a bum start. And best breeze of the day right here on the course. You want to show the W88 here again, Petey, since it's a nice close shot? Here with the Asylum again. Just give you an idea what these boats look like. And you can see their heads ducking around. They're just trying to figure out who goes up, who goes down. The puff is coming on right now. And there's a little bit of puff. You'll see bodies start to move up. There's one up, two up. And just gingerly moving around, keeping the right level of heel on these things. It's absolutely crucial. As soon as you get that windward hull, or the windward side of the hull down in the water a little bit, it does just what a catamaran does. It slows down by about 20%. So you can see also kind of what these really low aspect sail plans look like. Again, designed for power down low so that they don't have too much heel, but plenty of power. And it's just a rig that works for the lakes, lets them have big, low-hanging spinnakers, and lets them have a chance at keeping these boats upright in the breeze, rather than having a really tall rig with all that extra heeling moment. I'll tell you what, the boats coming from the left are flying right now, and the boats at the top mark flying. We're not far off of a mark rounding here, and we'll be able to tell who's in the lead. I believe, in fact, it is T. Freitag holding off the Eagle for the lead around the top mark. So at the top mark, actually they didn't make it. I thought they were on ley line there, but they were not.
Oh, they're not.
No, they got one more tack to go, and trying to see. They're a little bit far off now. They're probably a good quarter mile ahead of us, and the rain is coming in, I would say, a lot quicker than we thought, and you can kind of just see a big cloud there. Yeah, there you go. So it is definitely good. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, that one on the right. Okay, at the mark now is Freitag, just easing sheets. All right, so we are now watching this. Sorry about that little interruption to our stream, but we are now watching these boats come downwind. Try and not move this screen around.
Okay.
I think that's what did it. So right now here with the white kite, we're watching the I-1. Big split here. I-1 heading to their left coming down. Well, they're heading to the right where you're looking at to the western shore. And on the other end of the course is the I-7 of Freitag all the way out with a true split here. Did Porter jibe set?
No, he just went out and said that he was going to drive to the bottom.
So Porter had the early jibe and Freitag just holding as far as he can and really doing what a local knowledge would do. In fact, setting up for a jibe right now. You might need to pick up the pace a little bit, Sean, man. So working our way down the course here, you're looking at Freitag pressed up nicely. Well, now you're looking at a support beam. Who's that? And back behind him is the M2 of John Dennis. So looking very strong there as well. And I tell you what, T Freitag is about on the ley line with that big righty that was over there. Just charging along, probably what? I don't know, 8 knots or something like that. With Porter still on the other side, so it's going to be interesting to see. It looks to me like Freitag is just sailing brilliantly right now and really putting it where it needs to go and making it hard for us to get down to the bottom mark ahead of him. These spinnakers are about 1,200 square feet. Huge piece of nylon for a boat that weighs 1,700 pounds, something like that. 1850, sorry, there we go. That's some good knowledgeable people on board this thing. But 1850, so less than a ton. This one's kind of moving in that way a little bit.
Look at the shady lady. Even after being late to the start, they're like right in front of that whole corner.
That's kind of what we saw. We see you're looking back at the fleet right now. The shady lady, she's got the white kite here. Oh, there, okay. There's the shady lady. That was the boat that was super late to the start, 3 minutes late to the start, and they've already gone around, 5 or 6 boats. So well done to Harry Allen. And we will, looks like, get there just in time. And it's lightened up here in the middle of the course, where we're looking at. There we go. We're looking at Tom Freitag there. And you can see getting very light, the whole crew to leeward, except for the spinnaker trimmer. And even in this light air, that spinnaker is a monster to trim. I mean, it's absolutely huge and very tough to trim. But so you got a big, strong guy on that thing. So we're creeping our way down at maximum speed allowed on this lake. Very pretty behind these boats with these beautiful clouds developing. And there is definitely some water in them. Wow, that was a big righty right there. Freitag just turned down about 10 or 15 degrees with a little bit of a puff and a big shift. But still, everyone down to leeward, so it wasn't much of a puff. But plenty of shift, and it's been righties. It's been big lefties for the beginning of the beats and then righties for the rest of the leg. And right now, Vince Porter is in trouble, strung out all the way on the other side of this run. But big separation in the A-Scow fleet. I think like any apparent wind boats, a little bit of pressure turns into a lot of speed. So that's why you get separation in these and not in the slow pole spinnaker boats that all sort of go the same speed regardless of what happens. Sorry? So right now you're looking at, should just stay on the green for a second. So right there you're looking at, in the green is Tom Zinn, and in the, sorry, Carl Zinn, and in the red behind him is John Dennis. Oh, okay, I see it now. Heads up on your course here, Sean. You're converging pretty hard. We can follow them in. I mean, we're not going to get there ahead of them, obviously. Yeah, you can just see Carl's in through the jib there. Or no, Carl's in the green. There you go. And then it was John Dennis there. And he's doing really well. And Dennis looks like might even get around Porter. So we'll see. Porter's not far off a lay line. In fact, he's pretty much on it, it looks like. Although he's getting that righty as well. So a tough run for Porter, just giving away a lot of distance there. But those guys are pretty amazing sailors. They can usually get it back. And really a beautiful run here for T. Freitag, who's all the way down to leeward. You can't see him. There he goes. You just see his head pop up there. And all the other 5 crew down to leeward. And one of the neat things about this boat is there's no crew weight limit. You can just kind of sail with however many you want that day. And that's one of the things that makes it so attractive to families. Load it up with the kids, load it up with the dogs and the sheep. And flying.
Raining, we're moving in.
That's JD.
Raining, we're moving in.
So you're looking at John Dennis. Oh, we're moving in. The rain is coming. You got the jibe here also, so you should be able to get in ahead of him. And JD's definitely going to come around in second. So Vince Porter gave away some positions there by splitting. A little bit of rain action there. Let's kind of stay with this if you can shoot through there, Petey. Oh boy. Watch it, Sean, man. And then you got them coming in from the side too, okay? You can probably goose it after him if you want. Oh, it's raining hard. Wow, it's coming down, huh? Yeah, you can use that. You can use that. You can't let this thing get wet or else you won't be able to use it anymore. Mary, your camera right here. That camera's getting soaked.
I know. Can you grab that for me? Thanks.
So we're watching right now. Get that Freitag off there. We're watching Vince Porter come in right now.
I'm going to put this on right here, right?
Remember, we're going to spin around. Everything's going to change.
Vincent and Melvin right there. That's one.
Whoa, it's coming on right now. That is a big push. Forward, yeah. That's a very late drop there. Watch this crew work. That's a really nice drop. That was impressive right there. I got to tell you. Not too.
First and second place right there.
So that's first and second place for the regatta, I-1 and the M21. The M21 is Melvin with Harry Melgus and Sam Rogers aboard. So first and second for the regatta, and once again going right. So that side just hasn't worked, and yet now he's back. So both of them know they got to get out of there. And in fact, that right side was where Porter gave away three or four positions. So he's seeing his regatta fine because he's just ahead of Melvin, but I think we have to start thinking about the third place boats and the fourth place boats. Meanwhile, speaking of third place, where's M1? You can push in a little bit closer here, Sean, man, if you can. So a little bit of a little bit of hectic mark rounding, the breeze and the rain coming right on at the bottom mark. That's what we wanted to see here. As we've got this
Allness, W25.
Lee Allness on the W25 with a nice drop. A little bit. Look at him working that thing in, get that mainsail trimmed in, and up they go. And just behind him, you're watching the Jimmy Glick in the fast forward on V57, and more puffs coming down the course here. Be a little bit hectic at the back of the fleet.
Oh, that's what's his name? Something good.
Jimmy Glick, yeah.
Can you remember my rain jacket? It's right there.
How do you spell Glick?
GL
L-U-E-K.
Glick. The instigator behind, is that
Yeah.
Burton? So Burton coming around behind. I'll tell you what, these guys have done a really nice job of showing that these boats are very well crewed. This is not easy stuff to handle.
Right there. On the side. If you flip-
Coming in a big pack, getting down a massive spinnaker.
Oh, be careful though, because it's really close.
So the Shady Lady, the W28. No, where's the Shady Lady? Oh, right here, other side. Yeah, over here, the Animal House, just getting squeezed by the W28 going inside him on that mark.
I don't know where they're at. We'll do it.
Use my shirt if you want. And we stay here with the 999 going around, and here 3 up. So front to back of the pack, they're all tight. A lot of separation, but everyone's got their own little group they're racing against. And again, most of these families know each other for generations, and I'm not even joking. Generations of racers and scow sailors. I think they know. Everyone knows who pushes what where, and as we head up the course, back to the south, and plenty of breeze on the course now. I'll tell you that much. There's no problem with low side weight too much now. People are sort of middle to high. About 8 knots of breeze here now with puffs up to 10.
Not really.
I think the rain's done.
I'm gonna move out.
You need my shirt to wipe?
I gotta sleep.
Okay.
You want me to get for you? It's right here. Look, Katie. I'm just kidding. You want one or you want the whole thing?
Move this out a little bit. Just getting a little bit of a lens wipe going on here. See some.
Oh, and your bag's open.
That is our good friend Petey. As we head up the course here, this is race 3 of the U.S. National Championship for the A-Scow, brought to you by Jaguar-Land Rover of Minneapolis and Great Clips, the ultimate haircutting experience. And some jeweler, what is it? Wixon Jewelers. Big rocks for your big girl. I don't know. I'm just talking. You know. I'm not saying anything about the girls here. God, the girls are beautiful here. You know, if you folks haven't visited Minnesota and you're single, they breed them good up here. You know, all this Viking blood, they're settled by Scandinavians largely. That's why all the dudes are big and mean and all the girls are blonde and tall. Big rocks. So we are headed up on the, this is a two-lapper, right, Petey? And look, let's watch the M64. Look at them flying. Now that's, everyone hiked out. Petey, can you get on the M64 here?
I'm on them.
Okay. So everyone hiked out and plenty of breeze. We're 10, 12 knots now. So we might see a little bit of real scow action. We haven't seen any of it this event yet. Say what? So the leaders are still working that upper left corner that's been so strong. And we're going to just follow up here, and then we'll turn around and make sure we can get the finish for you. Okay. Should be. So perfect breeze here for A-Scows. Not too shifty now that this cloud's overhead. It's going to move through, and we'll see what's behind it. But at the moment, it's really nice out. 12 knots of breeze. A little bit of water in the air. And at the moment, Tom Freitag on the I-7 continues to lead from John Dennis. And Hot Carl's in. I'm not going to say it on camera.
I want to try to get us in position where we're close enough to see him played out.
It's hard though. So, I mean, it's hard when you max you can go at 6 knots. So you're watching the M10 now. Is that the animal house?
That's the animal house.
The animal house. Did it save it, by the way?
It did.
It did. So we're staying with the M10 here, Animal House. That's got a bunch of young sailors on it, doesn't it?
Which boat is Tom skipping? B.
So, Shaw, man, you think that this breeze is going to drop off when this cloud goes through?
Take that for a second.
No, actually, I think the breeze is going to stay up. There's a lot of weather around us. There was a huge cell that went to the south of us, a big cell that went to the north of us. So I think the breeze is going to stay. It's not looking too
Could we get 3 races in, Shaw, man,
too
or no?
dark.
We could.
2 max.
2 max.
Yep, the maximum you can get in this class is 2 races per day. They keep things very civilized in the A-boat fleet. So that's the old man rules, we call it. So they only do 2 races no matter what. But the breeze is really good. It's actually building up here. We're just starting to get some baby white caps on the water. So I'd say we're in the 11, 12 range, 13 range maybe. So it's going to be a really good downwind here. You know, a little interesting, I see Petey's kind of looking up course left here. Got one boat way over on Big Island trying to find the righty. We've got M8 over here. We've got, I think that's the M4 way to the right. But the left's been strong this weekend with the southerly breeze. It's just not quite enough to the right to make this Big Island channel work. The Excelsior slot.
Looks like there's been a pass up the course.
Yeah, we can't get up there, so we gotta wait.
Yeah.
Looks like if there's been a pass, doesn't it? Looks like that boat on the left has gone around Freitag.
So Alan's just noting there might have been a pass on this last. Can't quite make that sail. Oh, JD, John Dennis.
Yeah, look at that.
Snatching the lead in this second upwind.
So what happened there is John Dennis went further to the left than Tom Freitag, and made the pass. In fact, not only did he make the pass, but he jumped ahead by about 8 boat lanes, 10 boat lanes. Really, really great job out in the corner. He just got a super special puff. And JD going for the set. You can just see it happening there. Great job, Petey. Kite's up. Next up behind him, it'll be Freitag coming around. JD still hasn't got that kite fill, so not a great set there. But it looks like the offset is maybe down a little bit, so it's kind of a middle of the line set. There, you're watching the kite creep up there. Tom Freitag That is Freitag, yeah? Red. And let's see if he gets it down a little bit better. So they're not wanting to pull it on just yet because I think that'll overpower the boat before they get around the mark. You can see just luffing the edge of the sail there. Kite is on now and around the offset. So Freitag, there's the lead there. Beautiful job by John Dennis on the... Yep. On Lucky. And third around will be green. There will be Carl Zinn. Zinn Family Realtors, the best realtors in the world of the lakes. You want a house or a mobile home or a apartment block? There you go. Get in touch with those boys. Zinn Family Realty. Looking at dead sunfish popping up here.
All right, if we're gonna catch the finish.
Yeah, let's go. Bail hard. There's a lighter right there. All right, so back at you. So there's the battle for the lead. And again, we have to now run downwind at 6 knots and try and be ahead of these boats that are now going about 13 knots. They do about wind speed in this breeze, right? Yeah, these boats will sail about wind speed downwind most of the time. And in real light stuff, they'll then go quite a bit quicker than the wind. In about 15 knots, they can do about 22. So this is kind of the edge of where they start to really light up. And having said that, you know, we're sort of in a little bit of a calm here that these guys are not in yet. So I think halfway down the course, it's a little bit lighter than it was as this little bit of rain comes in right now. But nobody has jibe set. Nobody has gone out to that deadly left side looking downwind. Everybody working their way up to the eastern shore. And that is where the action is, with John Dennis working really high up there. And it looks like you can see that green kite and the white one behind it. Can you? Yeah, so we think that Porter is back in 4th place behind Zinn, with Melvin still just behind him. So again, those are your regatta leaders. Can you go show the? Let me see the results page here for a sec. So the fast forward, Jim Gluck was in 3rd place on 9 points, whereas Porter was on 5, and Melvin was on 6, and Freitag was on 12. So Tommy Freitag looking at closing this gap and really making that last race an interesting and fun one for us to watch, and for you guys at home to watch. It's a good time to remind you that we are at the Jaguar-Land Rover U.S. National Championship for the A-Scow, as you can see from our little graphic. And be sure to go check out Jaguar-Land Rover of Minneapolis. Check out their fine vehicles. A big thanks to those guys and to Great Clips and everyone else who sponsored this fine event at the Minnetonka Yacht Club. My name's Alan Block, and we're bringing you this On the Water Anarchy broadcast from a lovely pontoon boat. Thank you to John. Big thanks to John Ratliff for letting us borrow his pontoon boat for the week. It's working out pretty well here, and since are not able to move fast, this is a great boat for not going fast and just hanging out on couches. We're staying with the leader, or no, we're with Porter right now, I think, or that's Melvin.
Yeah, there's leader 1 and 2.
Those are the leaders, or there's the leader.
No, I'm
Oh, copy. Those are the regatta leaders, right? So as we watch the 4th and 5th place boat in this regatta, or in this race, the 1 and 2 boat in the regatta, our race leader here has jibed and is making his way down the course on the edge of a nice puff. We're back there with John Dennis. Nicely done. Again, we would love to be bringing you nice close images, but we just can't go fast enough to do that. We have to turn around when we're about a quarter mile off of the top mark just to get to the bottom mark ahead of these guys.
How's the land? Does it look okay?
Yep, no problems. The breeze has definitely softened quite a bit as this last wave of rain has come in. We're back down to sort of seven-ish knots. That being said, the guy you're watching is no one. It's okay. But you can actually see, again, just one body up, one or two bodies up there. You can also. We've done that quite a bit. Petey, shoot this for a sec. You can see our hard-working production crew here.
On the fly version of the spider hole.
And back to some action on course. You can see that second and third place boat digging way further into the right than John Dennis did. So John Dennis, I don't really know why he jibed there. It was probably to stay in that puff, but it might have been a mistake. And that being said, his lead is big enough that he'd probably be able to hold him. But both the second place boat of Tom Freitag and the third place boat of Carl Zinn are really digging into that eastern shore. Carl is flying. You can see how quickly he's overtaking right now. Just sailing high and see if he can make it work. And then we'll probably see a Simo jibe here, I would guess. Nope, Zinn goes first. So Zinn goes first, kind of giving Freitag a little bit of an escape hole there. And will Zinn get across Porter here? I don't think he will. I think Porter's ahead.
I think Zinn's way ahead of him.
Oh, you do? All right, my bad. Let's see. This is a pretty crucial cross here. And Petey is right. So Zinn well ahead, at least 4 or 5 boat lengths there. But again, digging out, and these guys now with this wind down quite a bit, it's definitely the angles have changed. And interestingly though, I don't think your leader here, John Dennis, is far off the ley line for the finish. So he got a big righty just in the last couple of seconds. And they're getting more righty, actually. So in fact, the other two boats that are all the way down there on the eastern shore are going to be coming in pretty hot, I guess, which could make for some excitement. Because right now, John Dennis is just pointing right at the finish line. So John Dennis right now is on 13 points. It's super, super tight there. There's like 3 different boats on 13 points. 3 or 4 boats on 13 points. John Dennis is one of them. So he will be moving up nicely in the results.
Was that Jeff Solom's area?
Shout out to Jeff Solom on this boat. Was he trimming? What's he doing? He might be on the rig. Jeff Solom, who's also been gracious enough to give our media crew a home this week. Beautiful house on the lake. Everyone here lives on the lake, it seems. Why wouldn't you, right? And that was a gorgeous run, an absolutely brilliant jibe. They really put it in the exact right spot. They absolutely clobbered their competition on 2 jibes there. So we sort of, I wondered, I said out loud here, why is he going so early? These guys obviously know a hell of a lot more than me. That is a massive lead. And here they come. John Dennis coming across the line with Lucky. Sailing a brilliant race 3 here at the U.S. National Championship. Yeah, just get the bow on shots for Mare in this one, you know. Great work from those boys. Hands clapping all around. And that was a big win. That is a 2-minute win probably over the next boat. Petey, show the Posh for a second here. Just have a look. Just have a look at this thing. A couple of $1 million of incredible antique yacht there on the Posh, cheering for their friend John Dennis.
I think that is a 1938 Haka craft.
A 1938 Haka craft. Built where? Unbelievable vessel. And we'll take you back to the... I think you might have to get down a little bit, Mare. Oh, that's good, yeah. So now we see the battle. Now we see the battle for second place. Tom Freitag with a fairly good lead over Carl Zinn. And we said those guys were going to come in a little bit pressed up, and they are. But not bad now. It's getting super light again. Down to 7 knots, 6 knots right now. That's, yeah, Tom Freitag coming in on the I-7. And you can see the puff on, puff off, puff on, puff off. Look at the kite is strapped to the gunnel. That is a lot of work to get that kite moving. Oh, pull on it, pull on it. And there's the dip. And T. Freitag, having sailed a brilliant first beat and run, gets passed by John Dennis there on the second beat and takes second. So Tom Freitag will, I believe, move into third place here on that one. Here comes Carl Zinn on the Amazin'. It's a pun happy family. And best race for Zinn in some time on the M35. Who's driving? So Hans Zinn driving, and Petey says that's why they won that one. Really, really nice work from the Zinn boys. Back around here, we've got the I-1 coming in. They will maintain their lead over the M21 for the regatta. That's the. This is Eagle. So the Porter boys. Who's their tactician, Pete? You know?
Vincent kind of does that.
Vince does that too. So Porter comes in on a dying breeze, takes third in that one, and that'll keep his lead intact for the national championship title. He's won a couple of these before. Is that right? I think he's won one. I feel like I saw it.
I don't know if he's won nationally. Maybe won a Inland.
Certainly that boat has won a lot.
That boat has won a lot.
Because, yeah, that's Buddy Melgus's old boat. Buddy, having retired a little bit from scow racing, and the M21 here, Melvin, comes across, drifts across. Look at the drifter this thing's become. Man. Yeah, I mean, we'll sit. We got a while to go before that 1 o'clock deadline, but we did get one race in, so we're happy about that. We hope we can get one more in. But man, it sure did glass off here in the last 5-10 minutes. There are boats completely stopped. There's going to be some TLE issues, I think. Is there a time limit or something after the finisher, Petey? You don't know? So that's going to shake things up, but not at the very top. The top two boats are still going to sit where they are, with Vince Porter holding a 2-point lead. over the fleet.
False lappy.
And we are a drift-a-thon here. Look at that big kite in the water. This is when you want to change it out for the little flat kite. And look at it just drooping in the water. That's a big kite. There's a good 20 feet of foot in the water there. Nothing. I know. Man, oh man. I'll tell you what, nice job from the race committee to just squeak that one in though.
Get hold of Tom. I can't find his number. To make an announcement for people that parked in the crane that it's imperative that they
Pick
get
him
out of there. Obviously, when boats start coming in.
Here, I got this, Pete.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks.
So we're watching the I-96 just dropping their kite and just getting the jib out to try and trickle across the line here. I'll get up there if you want. No worries. Who's the I-96?
That is Chuck Lamphere.
So Chuck Lamphere trickling, dribbling across the line. He'll...
Oh man, it just
No, I'm just doing it.
out.
I'm just switching it on now. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats have crossed the line, and there are 14 boats on the course that are now doing 0.0.
John, those guys aren't getting down.
I don't think so. I don't think they're going to get here. We probably have time to look at the notice of race and see, or the sailing instructions, and see just how long they have. So Sean, man, I thought the wind was going to stay with us, bro.
I did too. Yeah, I did too. There's enough weather moving around that it looked like it was going to stick, but obviously that last cell took all the breeze with it.
Did just suck it out. That being said, there's a little bit of texture on the water looking to the west. So maybe we'll have something coming in. We got some time. Time check? Oops,
Oh,
sorry.
it's 11.
So we got some time. We got 2 hours before we have to go home. And I can't imagine they're going to send everyone in with this unsettled weather. But we're definitely going to have to wait for a little more action
Just finishing race 1.
at the 2014
Finished.
Jaguar-Land Rover A-Scow U.S. National Championship.
Well, I could go motor around them.
Yeah, do something.
Do you want to ever do an interview with Sean Man later? Sean Man, local pro.
Sean. Oh, another Tonka tour.
We got 3 races in officially. I forgot, Chairman. I'm happy about that.
You have one for Pete Crawford? Make one for Pete Crawford. We'll do a little interview.
Like I say,
Petey?
Yeah. EY. Okay. No, I
No, you wouldn't know it, but 10 minutes ago these boats were going about 12 knots, and now they're going about -1. Spinnaker's hanging listlessly.
What's your title?
Regatta chair.
One of the
What?
last parties that's been on that
I
island
accidentally
in a
said
long
race
time.
2.
think so. When it was all said and done.
Yeah. Good band, good vibe, people in great mood. Good idea moving the bar.
Just moved it right before the first set.
Yeah.
Needed to be over there at the start because there's no room.
If you haven't never sailed a scow, you know these A-Scows are just the biggest of them, but it's a family of boats. It stretches from the
Yeah, I know.
little tiny X boat Little tiny little kids sort of scow all the way up to the A-Scow. In the middle, you've got, of course, the phenomenal E-Scow, one of the healthiest one design fleets in the country right now. He routinely attracts 70, 80, 90 boats to its major championships. This year, their nationals is in Crystal Lake, Michigan, which I think it's Crystal.
Oh no,
Torch Lake. That's Michigan. It's either I think it's Crystal, actually, because I heard a couple people say that, and Crystal Lake is just one of those gorgeous places with a beautiful name. But check it out.
These guys go downwind thing, and then these guys go upwind thing.
So there's boats literally sailing upwind or toward the top mark with the kites up, just trying to find something. There's everyone going every different direction, but the wind has dropped and taken a huge turn to the right. We're starting to get a little bit of a trickle fill back in. Yeah, that's where I saw it before. So we have a fill from the right direction, and in fact, these lead boats that are left on the course starting to go in the right direction. We're just getting Jimmy Glick into view on the fast forward. Jimmy was in, I think, 3rd place going into this race, or 4th place. So he'll drop a little bit, maybe. But he's definitely going in the right direction now. In fact, boats all up the course starting to catch this new breeze. You can kind of slow down and let him pass. Here they go. Bodies up. Nice work from the fast forward boys. Sorry, Instigator, Tom Burton. It was not fast forward. Our bad. Same kites. So jib's going up because they're going to need to go upwind to the finish here. Bodies up, or the boat's going to go over. Up they go. So the kite will have to come down. You can flip around maybe, Shaw Man. So this is getting a little bit out of hand. You hear the yelling and screaming? I don't know if you can hear that. I wish you could hear that. And up they go, Tom Burton. Kite down, and now they'll be able to fetch the finish line, and it will be a fetch. So that is a big shift.
Look at Rob burning rubber from that corner.
So here, the story of this race, though, is Rob Evans, who was well behind. We might have a boat go over here in a second. Here, so the V999 nearly going over there, but the glamour of the moment is Rob Evans on the Cosmic Warrior, who just was tucked off in the corner there in about 16th position, and now he's in about 7th or 8th. You got to get here to get something. The guys behind are still barely moving. That is a massive shift, though. And Rob Evans is going to have to go for a douse here. So we'll kind of keep it on him if we can, Petey. And so Evans is going behind. There goes the kite. Let's watch the drop here. They'll tuck it in and should be able to go up and stay out of the dirt of V999. So nice, smooth drop in contrast to Tom Burton's crew. The M1 goes with a clean drop, and they'll come in. So 7, 8. They'll be 9th. Instigator just crosses the line in 7th, and the V999 will be in 8th. Todd Haynes driving that 999.
The guy that really keeps this class together, and he has. From the
Say that again. So tell us about Todd a little bit.
Todd Haynes is the guy that has really kept this class together and pretty much drives the entire class. He's my co-chair. He's always the co-chair no matter where the regatta is. That guy does more work for this class than just about anybody. And this is a good finish for him. So stoked to see Todd kind of hold it together here.
So great work from a great, hard-working scow sailor. The 999 will cross now. The Cosmic Warrior, the M1, will come in, as we said, in 9th, and then behind him, if we pan right here, we're just seeing the dock. Doc Christensen aboard the Catapult, Joel Ronning's boat. Joel had to get out of town, so he left some excellent sailors in charge, and they'll take a nice 10th place. It's a beautiful boat. Really cool little logo. Joel Ronning also active in the J70 class, I think, and Melgus 20, and he was in the 32 class for a while before abandoning them. So that was about a 120-degree right shift on that one. We'll see if it comes back into the other direction. Actually, this is going to be close here. The M55 is still under kite, and the Catapult here is under jib. And the M55, strangely, seems to be able to hold it, so that left shift might have come in already for them. No one else was able to hold it there. But this is extremely tight. I don't know, it looks like the 55 is going to take them. I mean, they are charging along at about 10 knots, and the Catapult is going at about 6. So, who's going to get it? Well, here, 55 is going to get it. So Harry Allen, who is 3 minutes behind the start at least, has come back and looks like we'll get in ahead of of Catapult with Mark Christensen to take 11th place. So that is a hell of a comeback from the Allen boys. 55 got him, yeah? Wow, it was really close. That was an extremely tight finish. Very exciting work. Very exciting stuff there, and a great job from the Shady lady.
Emily Allen Benson. She's the one who sat up.
Yeah. Emily Allen aboard that boat, working hard. Great female sailor. Quite a lot of female sailors in the fleet. And the W25 coming in. Gently, slowly. They'll be pretty secure here for, I think, 13th place probably. Actually, they're going to have to tack. Oh, that was not clear at all. He's going to have to tack for the finish. Isn't it amazing that this guy's carrying a kite, this guy's got a tack? That's a wild run. We got a boat that's got a tack, a boat that's barely laying the finish on a port tack beat, and then a boat that's coming in on a port tack run.
Who is that with the spin up?
That's Jonathan McDonough.
Wow, nice job from Jonathan McDonough on the Champosa. What is he? He does. So this is really tight. Look at this. 3 boats coming in the finish. And McDonough's going to get all 3, doing just what Robbie Evans did there, and he's going to take it out. So really nice job from Champosa. Good stuff. All right, the W28 will come in head to wind just behind. That is really funny. Head to wind and full spinnaker crossing right next to each other. And the W25's got a tack. They'll lose both boats. Get this guy too, Sean, man. Just keep that in mind. He's going to have to tack too. And the M10 will probably get in front of him, because he's not going to lay it. So we have another exciting little finish here. The M10 coming in on port tack. The V57 is going to have to tack for the finish. So looks like the Animal Party, what is it called? Animal House. It's going to get in next. Still some boats up the course that are barely moving and coming upwind, and that's going to be a long beat. and then I won. Yeah, so your top 5 was John Dennis, Tom Freitag, Carl Zinn, and then regatta leader Vince Porter, who I believe will still be the regatta leader. Can you check that? And after that was, who was in 5th then? Was Melvin, right. So our erstwhile young intern here is figuring out this points. So if, so actually none of those guys, Freitag got 2nd.
Oh, yeah.
See? So T. Freitag's the only issue here. He got 2nd.
They're fucking tied.
And then these guys got, and then Anderson got 4.
B57 just got last.
Yeah. So he'll get 4.
That's gonna make.
They'll get 2. So in fact, we don't have huge changes. The big change though will be that the fast forward will drop down by a lot and lose 3rd place. It looks like Tom Freitag will move into 3rd place. So at the moment, we believe our top 3 for the championship battle are Vince Porter in 1st, 2 points back to Melvin, Pat Hughes, and then another 2 or 3 points back to T. Freitag. So Minnesota boat and Geneva boat and a Minnesota, no, and Geneva, Minnesota, Geneva. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah. We have to wait until the rest of the fleet tries to finish, and they're coming dead upwind now. They're actually beating up in 4 knots of breeze to the finish, and definitely super unsettled right now. No way we could get a race in at the moment. But again, you know, there's a decent chance the wind could fill in a little bit and give us our final race of the day. We have till 1 o'clock to start that 2nd race. If we miss it, then all that means is a little bit of an earlier day for everyone, and another Porter winning another championship. Yeah. Yeah. You folks who are looking for some still images, we've got them going up right now on Facebook. Check it out at facebook.com/A-Scow Nationals, and we really appreciate you sharing those pictures with your friends and sailing enthusiasts. Okay, now just check it. It's here pretty good. We just lost our bandwidth for some reason. I'll just refresh that, which is Command R. Still nothing? Just turn record off now.
Try turning your belt off if you're streaming.
Oh, yeah, stop broadcast. Hi, Sugar Plum.
You record it too?
No, I'm not recording now.
Sometimes it pays to be a little bit behind the fleet.
Bold move.
That's seaman-like.
Never did a peel on an A-boat.
Check the stream quality now on the YouTube. Look, just to give you a little tip, all you do is go down here, and then you can click to this or to this, and then you don't have to mess around with that.
Yeah.
Good streaming, live. It's up. It was up there on the left. So folks, we're going to just go sound off for a little bit and show you the sights of a beautiful, very, very calm Lake Minnetonka as we wait for the time limit to expire or these last boats to come in across the line. Not quite sure how long they have to go, but usually it's about a half hour, 20 minutes or a half hour from the first finisher, which is probably another 10 minutes right now, not even. So we'll see how it goes. Glass.
You want these sponsors?
Yeah.
be able to get all the way down to the pit.
All right, so we'll just crowd the boat then. All right, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to the last race of the 2014 Jaguar-Land Rover A-Scow U.S. National Championship.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So you heard it here first. They are going to try and get a race started in what you can see are extremely light conditions, but I'll tell you, Tom Hodgson's done everything he could with this weather as a race officer and gotten off 3 good races. This 4th one, we'll see if it lasts, but I've got to say that we might get a start, but I don't think we're going to have a race. But it can change quick. They've got to get this race off quickly. There is a 1 o'clock time limit here for the racing. So they've got to get this race off right now. See some of these pretty old Chris Crafts. I don't know what you're going to do about the 88 here. So a very chaotic scene with about a knot and a half of breeze on the line.
Well clear here, starting line on both sides. May need a lot of room to maneuver. Please stay well clear of both lane lines or run lines off of the starting line.
So if you've been watching us earlier today, you would know that Vince Porter's in the lead, followed by Pat Hughes on the Melvin. 2 points back, and then 3 points further back to Tom Freitag, the I-7, who is all the way out here, staying well clear of the mess with 4 minutes to go, or 5 minutes to go. There is, as you can see, enough breeze to move, but not to move well, and certainly downwind is going to be an absolute chore. Heads up for Freitag up here, just keep in mind. So 2:30 to go here. And you can see it's very light. Here's the I-1 you're looking at with the little eagle on the side just going behind the 21 boat there. So here's your regatta leader. We're going to stay with him as Porter rolls into a very slow tack. He'll be wanting to get just on the bow of the W25 boat. See how hard it is to get these boats moving when you can't heel them up. All that bottom in the water.
Good little pile up going on here.
Stay with Porter here.
I-7, 130.
Wow, they're a long way away, huh? So just a little look here, Tom Freitag in the I-7, a long way away from the line with a minute and a half to go. It's a minute to go. Porter, second row right now. But he's got it going a little bit. He might be able to get the bow up here and give himself a nice spot. So right now, Porter looking pretty good. Where's the M22? Where's Harry?
21 right in the middle.
Oh, sorry, okay. So here's second place boat right here, the M21. So now you've got, you can push in a little bit now. So the M21 here So behind us, we got plenty of breeze coming. Actually, this whole spectator fleet is in the way when these guys tack out. But here's the I-1 boat. There's your regatta leader. The M21 is 2 ahead of him right up here. So there are your leaders. Mayor, duck if you can. All clear.
Where does 7 going? He's not going to get there, is he?
Look at this. I'm going to show this a little bit. Here's the committee boat. Tom Freitag. Oh, is he going to get in there? Look at that. Sneaks it in. And the M4 is stopped. Catapult stopped. So barging his way in there is Freitag. And he gets the starboard end. I'll tell you what, he's going to look pretty glamorous here if he can get out to the right quickly. Because there's already breeze on the right. But looking across, M21, your leader, he's bow out to the left. I-1, or M21 second place, I-1, your regatta leader. And here comes third place, immediately tacking to the right to get out into this new pressure. And it's definitely here. It's probably 5 or 6 knots. Poor catapult still stopped. Oh, actually, they're going backwards. With the windward board down. Darn, don't get too close in here. They'll start to bitch about windage. Yeah, I know. It's a great move. And Rob Evans here following immediately over to the right. So I'll tell you what, I-7 is really, really pulled the fast one here, sneaking in at the boat end.
I think that those guys couldn't maneuver because they're going so slow to actually bluff him out.
I agree with you. I don't think they could hit him. I think you might have heard noise if the spectator fleet is just starting to get out of the way now, trying to realize that they're in harm's way. Look at them. They're all up in here. Mayor Duck. As here comes the I-7. Well, America's Cup style spectator fleet action.
Robbie's in a good spot. And then look all the way across, Alan. Look at 8. They're up 20 degrees on port from these other guys.
So huge left shift on the left side of the course as that puff hits. Sean, man, you think we can go around? I mean, they're going so slow, right? Just got to be careful at catapult. You're going to really upset him, I think.
That's my team.
But he still hasn't crossed the line, right? No, he still hasn't crossed the line. Down here with the M2. So now the entire fleet is on port with that left-hand shift and pressure. And we thought that the I-7 really was looking glamorous, but it turns out, yes, they got to the pressure first, but no, they didn't get a good shift. So we think the M4, the catapult, had an issue with their board. They couldn't get their board up and they decided to bail out. So they're done for the day. Remaining though is 18 or odd A-Scows. Some of the fastest boats of their kind anywhere. What's the fastest you've ever gone on an A-Scow, Sean, man?
I've gone 25.
25 knots? Yeah, that's pretty quick.
They've gone faster.
Heads up for the 55 boat. You're going to start annoying him soon. You can use this. You can use the. Oh, you can't use that one now. Yeah, we had one. Petey took it, I think.
You took my iPhone charger?
No, he took my iPhone charger. Your iPhone charger's in the wall. You didn't bring it with you.
There's that, but oh, you got a new phone.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, babe.
Jonathan, there you go, buddy.
That's the 64, right?
4.
So Jonathan McDonough here, poked out in the middle, and above him you can see Vince Porter, your race leader and your regatta leader, it looks like right now. I think the Melvin might have something to say about that. well to windward down there, but obviously not bow out. Nice little 5 knots of pressure here. Just make sure your screen's turned. I know, but this is a 5-leg race with a 0.9 leg length with an axis of about 110, which has turned out to be not a great angle with a big left shift. Actually, look at that shift up there. It's a bigger left shift. I'm going to show you this real quick. Look at that. That is a 10-degree left shift right there. And very local shift that's not on this this blue boat yet. And they're just starting to get it now. So big left shift, that's going to absolutely kill. I mean, look at that. Look at that. 20-degree shift. Just keeps coming. It's not going to really help unless it caves quickly here, but boy, they just made a lot of space up to windward. We're just going to stay with these boats. Oh, we got a cross coming up here. Okay, so Vince Porter's tacked to dig back out to the left and not let Melvin get away with it. He's going to easily cross the V57. Will he cross? Yeah, easily crosses 57. Is he across Melvin? We're going to know in a second here. Here comes Pat Hughes on Melvin with Harry Melgus and Sam Rogers. Ooh, they just got in our way. And he will. Porter does get across. Just across, not by a whole lot. Now, who blinks first? Is Porter going to come back and cover his opponent? Or is he going to let some leverage develop? Stay with him, and yeah, so Porter comes back. And you know what? He wasn't across the M8. So in fact, he wasn't across the M8. So Tom's been working that left side and absolutely punched out, definitely leading the fleet that we're looking at right now. So Burton with a great approach there on the left. And he is definitely leading the pack up to the top mark. The first leg of the final race of the 2014 A-Class Stop National Championship.
This is definitely a direction that anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely anything can happen. Anything. And these runs are going to be very interesting. That right side that we saw Tom Freitag in third place take has just fallen apart with a left shift and loss of pressure. There's more pressure and a left shift on the left. These guys on the right are absolutely getting crushed right now. And there's a big hole right in the middle, so you can't really get from one side to the other.
This is so classic. East breeze on Lake Minnetonka.
Real light.
Yeah. Boats that are in the threads actually have a couple guys up, so all about staying in the threads. Here's got his main out. These conditions, you want your traveler up above 6
Lots of twist.
by about 6 inches, and now your sheet out, so the top 3 telltales are flowing straight back.
He's got no telltales on the whole boat. Can you text Petey and just tell him we're in the race? Near top mark. 5-leg race.
Oh, the 28, they can't. Oh, it's dead over there. Looked like that, right?
It did, didn't it? Look, I mean, look at the contrast. Up here, we look at the, who's that? M21, Melvin. Look at how they're moving. And Porter crossing right now across the bow easily of the M21. Okay, now look at them. And now look at this guy over here. He's basically stopped. He's only 300 yards away. And we'll go back up to the leaders. Actually, a little shot of light air scow sailing aboard the Shady Lady. You can see that windward rudder just kissing the surface with a bunch of weeds dragging off of it. Let's see if I can zoom in on that. Right, so that's just drag, like just dragging ropes through the water. Ideally, you can heel the boat over enough, and you can even hike it out to leeward, but you heel it up enough that that rudder comes just out of the water. And that's your fast spot. So the Harry Allen boat gets into some breeze. You know, about 3-4 knots now. The whole fleet on starboard headed off to the left to get into more breeze, where it all just seems to be. It all just seems. Sean Man just saw a big righty up here at the top mark, and that might let. Yeah, you're right. No, I know. These guys right here are both well overstood now after that right shift. Right here you can see bows down.
And the thing is those boats that got to the right first didn't get it. Hey, look at the 7 here. They're jib reaching full speed. We got one guy down low.
Yeah. Good contrast here. Entire crew down low. Check up here. Entire crew hiking on the rail.
Well, it looks like this is probably going to be a set job.
I would imagine. So our leader. So we think this is Tom Burton. It should be set and jibe immediately with that big right shift. We'll see if that's what Burton does. No, he's gonna.
Oh my god, all the sins are like going to ways that go to sunsets for Raj. Oh, this is just cruel. And look at Rob. He's not in it. Oh, they got the offset way over here.
Great. Oh, they're still not at the offset. That's why. Got it.
Oh, we got a blood fight. We got one just ahead of 21.
So your regatta leader and the second place boat for the regatta are still right tied together, and I just don't think Vince Porter is going to let him get away. He got a little bit of a lead with a slightly better start than M21 in this race, and he's got to hold it. It's definitely immediate jibe. It's actually a jibe before the offset. with that huge. Yeah, I know. So Vince Porter. Vince Porter steaming in on starboard. And he's going to snake that position and just get inside. So Burton immediately loses the position there. And look at these guys messing with each other. Now what does M21 do here? What does Pat Hughes do here? He's going to throw the jibe in a little bit earlier. Yeah, M21's got a wrap in the kite. No, it's out now. Looks like they have the sheet. Yeah, it looks like they might have the sheet. It's really odd. You're gonna probably need to head this way, Sean. Some boats are still here. We got a nice battle. This is the first and second place boat. Here they go. Luffing battle. Please shoot this mare. First and second place right here. Vince Porter is on our side, I believe. And Pat Hughes is to windward. And these guys are fighting for the national championship right here. And Tom Freitag in third place is going around the mark, and he's the one who might benefit. If these guys can take each other out of it, Tom Freitag is going to be the beneficiary. So here they go. We're going to stay with this battle.
Oh, look at the one just scoot out.
Yeah, this is absolutely killing these guys. Let me zoom out here. And Porter is keeping his angle up. These guys are letting 4, 5, 6 boats around. This is match racing, pure and simple. But they can't forget about that Tom Freitag waiting to pounce. He's only 3 points behind Hughes and a further 2 behind Porter. And Freitag is around and steaming downwind right now as these guys sail each other off 20 degrees higher than the fleet. And who's going to blink first? See who's coming in here. Here comes Burton on the Instigator. So back into first place after Porter and Hughes sail each other off the course. Tom Burton. And just behind him we've got, who's this, Shawman? Who's this, Shawman?
Which one?
V57?
That's Jimmy Glick.
Jimmy Glick. So Burton and Glick in 1 and 2 are 1 and 2 in this race right now. I'd say Porter and Hughes are now in 6th, 5th, and 6th maybe. Got some more good action here. Here goes a roll. The V69, is that? 96. So great little battles all the way up and down the course.
Todd looking smart, taking the low road there.
Who's this?
Todd Haynes.
Yeah, as we're seeing all these boats heated up and fight. Look at this.
Oh, look at that.
Look at this. Someone lost their rudder. Unless these guys are doing a turn or something. I mean, Vince Porter's going head to win. So is that just that you lose your rudder if you bake it too hard?
I don't know what happened.
He's head to win. He's holding the jib out to try and turn the boat. That is a huge development. This national championship just might have been ended. Look at the breeze here. So there is all sorts of craziness happening. Vince Porter is now stopped in the middle of the track. Right here. Trying to get the boat going. While Pat Hughes just is sailing off into the sunset. So literally Porter is stopped. Kite in the water.
John Dennis, Light Air Masters, ghosting down the middle here. 2.
Oh, here?
Right here.
Now who's this right here? Is that that's Burton.
Small kite up, which is definitely the right move. And you can see the big advantage of the little kite right here. So you can see right here, Jack Strothman on M10, the Animal House. You can see he's got the small mid-range kite up. And you can really see how these kites are way better in the slight air because one, the whole foot is not in the water. Two, it's a flatter sail. And then three, you can see it's got that really nice high aspect on the clew there. And you can just see him roll these two boats that have chosen to use their big kites. So in this light air, you definitely want to make sure you have your mid-size kite rigged. And Vincent is just absolutely parked. He can't get going. Oh. Yes, he is absolutely praying to hear 3 horns because the breeze has totally shut off. And I would say if they don't get breeze in 5 minutes, the race committee will end this race.
Yeah, I think Vince has a pretty good chance. Heads up behind you. Vince has a pretty good chance of it getting blown off. But look behind us. Look at these guys move. These guys are charging along. Got kites coming down. We got dogs and cats sleeping together. Total madness.
Total crapshoot.
Evan's just auto-jibed. So with nothing going on behind us, we'll show you what's going on in front. Burton, who led a lot of the way around the track so far today, still moving. Again, big difference in the light kite and the heavy kite. But yeah, this one's, I give this another minute or two. I think we're going to the shore.
Vincent's finally moving again.
He still has his kite up?
Now the 21's dead over there. Yeah, this is a crapshoot. They gotta keep the national race.
It is going very light. If you don't hear anything, that's because we're watching laundry get dried right now. Yeah, jibs come down. We might see some people tow. I see someone towing in already. That's prescient. I think
Harry Allen just coasting along down here.
see that M55 just cruising along. But boy, as soon as you have to jibe, it takes you about 20 minutes to get the boat going again.
Look at I-96 has put up, I don't know what that is. Looks like
Screecher?
Screecher.
Looks like something you put on a Extreme 40. Big tight luff and secret weapon, huh? The I-55 or the M55 won a few moving on the course. I think most of the fleet's just sitting here waiting for that call, thinking about a cold beer on the dock and hauling out and making the long trip wherever they're from. Some really short trips, some long. White Bear's really close, isn't it? White Bear's real close, but guys coming from...
I think you're the farthest.
I am the farthest, yeah. 10, 11 hours to Detroit City. You get that race 4 abandoned title ready? And then...
They just got teeny thread in that.
All right, so here let's look at a secret weapon. So the 96 boat, I-96, which who's that, Shaman? The Chuck Lamphere. He's got a secret weapon, right? He's got a screecher, high cut, super light, super flat, wind seeker type sail. And these boats, despite being 38 feet long, they weigh so little and they have so little drag that really, sort of a sparrow's fart will move them. And if you have, it's race 4. If you have a sail that you can, yeah, I mean, really easy jibe. If you have a sail that can just put a little bit of drive in the boat, you can get it moving. Right.
21's moving.
This is the battle again. This is the battle for the regatta lead. It's the I-1 still fighting with the M21, and the I-1 just sailed all the way up to the M21 despite having been spun head to wind by excess heel. And now the M21 just came back and rolled over the top of the I-1. These guys are not giving up. That's for sure. You got to keep this thing out of neutral. It just vibrates like crazy. Thanks. Making myself sick. It's very, very quiet here. No power boats. Banned from going over 5 miles an hour because of the high water and the damage to shore. Just us tooling around in a pontoon boat.
Robbie, who was almost DFL'd that mark, is now.
So we're still with the lead battle over here out on the western shore. Vince Porter to leeward, Pat Hughes to windward.
How do you get a new blank shot?
On the left. All right, so the M21 has jibed and is coming back to us well behind the I-1. And we'll go to the other side of the course here. And the fleet streaking in. The I-7 here, your third place boat. Streaking in at great speed. And the M1, the locals local, Robbie Evans, who was about 16th in the last at the mark rounding, is now probably in first place. Oh, you're making most of it, Sean, man. Look, the headless boat. Tom Verbert. Little private puff in here.
Meredith, do you want to toss me another one?
Do I want to?
Do you want to?
These guys have to jib reach up to the up to the gate here. They kind of do, don't they? What do you think?
They're
I mean, they're pretty cooked.
right on the line, that's for sure.
Right, so all of that mayhem. And who's still at the front of the pack?
Yeah, how can they come out?
That's amazing.
Fast sailors are always
You know what? You're exactly right, Sean. It really goes to show you the fast sailors do well in any condition. And oh, look, we still have another 200-300 feet left to go, and anything can happen. But right now, Vince Porter, they got to go to the jib. I mean, we're just starting to see the kite luff here on Porter's boat. They're going to have to go to the jib. I think there's no way they can make it up to the mark here. So we got to see the jib come up in a second. But as soon as they put the jib up, they're going to disturb all that spinnaker air and stop. So your regatta leaders are sort of in second place there. Your second place boat is in first place, right there, the M21.
crazy angles out here.
Have they shortened it yet?
And they're both trying to figure out how to get to the mark. As we said, Robbie Evans just able to pull lots of rabbits out of a lot of hats, and he likes to bang corners. In this case, he seems to maybe have gotten into the lead.
I'm really quite surprised they let this race go on.
Yeah, we're all a little bit surprised that they let the race go on, but I still don't see them letting it go if it stays like this for another 3 legs. You know? But sure, anything can happen.
21 got to the buoy first.
Yeah. So that's Pat Hughes Second place in the regatta, only 2 points behind Vince Porter. And Hughes is going to go around this left side gate first, headed to the west. As Robbie Evans, widen this for you, Robbie Evans comes around to the right, holding that kite as long as he can. Let's watch a really late takedown. And it's already down, you can't even see it. And here you can see right there, first place and second place for the regatta. Porter coming down, Hughes going up. I hear no horns, so no shortening.
This is the PRO. We gave it a good shot. Obviously, things have not worked out. We really don't have raceable wind. I know some of you are still moving, but I don't feel personally that this is enough steady velocity to continue and want this race to enter into the championship books if this were to continue the way it is. We don't really have any assurance that it's going to get better, and so I'm going to order boat 1 to abandon race number 5.
Race number 4. All right, folks, so there you have it from the horse's mouth, or rather the doc's mouth, Dr. Tom Hodgson, our race officer for this event. Our championship is over. The 2014 A-Scow U.S. National Champion is Vince Porter. All right, aboard the Eagle, the I-1, the boat made famous by Buddy Melgus. And the Porter sort of
On the inland at 70 years old plus or something.
Yeah, Buddy won the inland a couple years ago at 74 years old or something, and the guy's letting a youngster take it now, and the Porter family and the Porters and the Melguses obviously great friends over the years. Many Porters have raced many Melgus boats. And the J25 putting it all away appropriately with their name. Away. There's our 3 guns. And we are out of here. So let's do a little closeout shot.
You want to stop shooting?
Not yet. Am I in the screen?
Here, you want me to
All right, so show him in. Yeah, sure.
All right, want me in with the camera?
That's all right. All right, so folks, just wanted to say hello and thank you to everyone that watched us this weekend. It's the first time that the Scows, any Scow, has ever been streamed online. So, it wasn't the best conditions, and we didn't have the big, expensive graphics crews here, but we had a fun time bringing it to you. I want to thank you all for watching. You can watch this recording on YouTube if you only caught the last bit. We've got 2 days of racing on YouTube, and we'll have that sorted out for you with the links on Facebook if you haven't already seen them. So for Jaguar-Land Rover Minneapolis, for Great Clips, and for everyone here at the Minnetonka Yacht Club, I'm Alan Block. This has been the 2014 A-Scow U.S. National Championship. Check it out at ascow.org. There's all sorts of great information about the boat. And if you're inside the boundaries of the middle of the country and you don't mind driving a little while to do some incredible racing, this is the boat to get into. This is the Formula One car of the inland, and it's pretty awesome. So thanks again. We're going to have awards for you in about an hour and a half, 2 hours. So anyone who wants to check back, check our Facebook page. We'll have the link up as soon as it's live, and we'll bring you all the awards from the shores of Deep Haven. Thanks very much.